Howdy, howdy. Let's get into this. Welcome to Poor Decisions Saturday. My head feels like there is a ice pick in it, and I can't sleep. So let's make a raid farm. Yep. Aw, I deleted that. Bummer. I can wait in there. Solid blocks. Soul set. Temporary blocks. Extra blocks. Crap. Page one. Time to get in a fist fight with a bunch of dogs. Wait. Okay. Yep. Index reference 1. Subchunk 14. Subchunk 9. And 63. You only need 6 dead chunks around it. Alright, this is the chunk. Reference 1, 14, 9, 63, lily pad. 14. 14.9. Okay, so 14 sub 9. 63. Step 2. Index 1. Alright. Okay. Fourteen sub 9. Okay. That is in fact supposed to be a full block, not a slab. Me putting this slab here is because sand. I am currently playing on a Forge modded, and Forge modded comes with one little problem when it comes to making ENXO4's stacking raid farm for versions 1.16 to 1.20. Noting that what we are dealing with is a subset of 1.18. And that is Forge comes with the caveat. Okay. Reference point first. Yoink. Subchunk reference 2 1469-9. Second reference 1469-10. Foothold. I'm using glowstone rather than scaffolding because to do the scaffolding off the side, you need to be using scaffolding. And again, I am avoiding it burning down, so use a light source for footholds. Next scaffolding reference 78. $14.9. Foothold reference 1478-10. Yes, it is easier with scaffolding. I have the scaffolding, which I can put back up once I get footholds marked 89. Nine, 15, 89, 9. Next reference 14-1019. Thanks, Quark. I wanted to drop that sand to the ocean floor below. That's 100% what I was trying to do. $14.10.101. And the fun one. You want to know why this is the fun one? This one does, in fact, require scaffolding directly. Bridge reference 14-9 1019. Make a bridge out of scaffolding. Not up, out. So here. I need to go get that sand in case. Okay. Fine, we'll use the right tool for it. Surface. Oh, but now you need to scaffold up. Wow. The actual problem with this is that what's important about this is that we're about to cover this off. Soul Sand, reference 9 to 11, 101, 10. So 10110. This is where pork gets to do its job. 101 9 to 11 dash 10. And scaffolding index. Okay, next index, Soul Sand 9 to 11, 101 8. Guess what? Yep. Next reference. Temporary casting material. 10-102, 8 to 10. Which is yeah. 10-102, 8 to 10. And by the way, I absolutely have written out every single one of these index points. Exactly how I'm reading. Now the problem is, yeah, I probably should have put down my water up there while I was up there. But I need lava. How far? That dolphin is close enough. To make this worthwhile. Based on the amount of distance I'm going to have to swim anyways. You swim in close proximity. Come on, idiot. I need you to follow me. Sometimes I wish we had Nautiluses already. Not often. But I will say, most frequently, the reason I wish we had Nautiluses is so that I can have one to help hunt me down these dolphins when they cause problems. There we go. Okay, not script. If I can get this stupid thing to follow me while I'm at a high enough height that I'm getting air, sure, but given the fact it has managed to drop behind me basically every time I've tried, I'm going to say that it's not worth the effort. Okay. Now either I could wander around to that one, or we take a gamble. What do you mean take a gamble? Well, you see, there was a ruined portal. Ruined portals have a chance of including lava sources. Yep. What? Somebody didn't think the gold block was worth taking? It's fine. Alright. Technically, I kind of wish I had the Riptide Trident right now. Oh, but you don't have an Elytra. You've got Rain. If you've got Rain, you don't need an Elytra for short jaunts, especially if your jaunts are primarily to get you to an ocean. Hit. A 13, 102, 9. Put in a foothold. Temp dirt. Can work for it. Lovely. Am I going to get struck by lightning? reference clear casting and casting base at this height. Okay. Normally you don't finish that part of casting yet. You actually throw down the water after you build up more of this scaffolding bit. But I didn't feel like leaving the water bucket here. Next index, 14, 132, 9. 14, 9. One 32. Yeah, 132. Next scaffold reference 15. Okay, not scaffold reference. Next foothold reference 15, 9, 132. Yep. Oh. Why do I keep setting down the page if I have to keep reading it? 163, 14, 9. Sand? Sand? You're telling me I need to get more sand? Yes. 1, 6, 3. Okay. $13, 163, 9. Foothold. 13. Okay. Oh. Can we not? $194, 14, 9. 13, 194, 9. $14, 2, 2, 6, 9. I kindly ask that we not. But I have no control over the weather. 14, 2, 2, 6, 14. Bridge scaffold. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. $14, 2, 2, 7, 14. Temp casting block. 14, 2, 2, 7, 10. Foothold. $14, 2, 2, 6, 11 to 14. Remove scaffolding. I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. Oh, I didn't even get a good screenshot of the rainbow. Anyways, we're waiting for that nonsense to get to the ocean. This is why it's arranged like this. It takes a while for this to finish flowing all the way down. So if you sit here waiting, 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 it's going to take a while. This is why when you're doing this, they have you go back down the scaffolding, because you can go down the scaffolding faster than the lava can get down here. Then you come over here, you pull the lava from this, and you do the casting for it by hitting it with the water. Then it's all done and you can go back up. But because I'm having to avoid actually using scaffolding any place that I actually need a support to remain, That's not going to work. So instead, we wait. And we acknowledge that this scaffolding that's in the ocean is going to despawn at some point. Or get burnt. The annoying thing is, since this is a signal tower, it causes some problems if I move this too quickly, and then I end up without all the way to the water signal tower. And if I dump water right now, it's not going to, like, it's going to get close, but I don't feel like putting in, like, 7 or 8 blocks of cobblestone at the very bottom, because I was just a little too impatient about doing this. And now we check. Just enough patience. All right. Da 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 da. Bunch of work it would have me do on the lower casting, lower casting, lower casting. All right. 12, 2, 2, 6, 13. Red glass. Noting I put the red glass markers down before I put the permanent block. 15, 2, 2, 6, 13. And 13, 2, 2, 6, 13. Yes, yes, that's exactly where I wanted you to go. It's not. And the stained glasses do break. And I don't have a silk touch tool anyways. Okay. To be fair to the stained glass and whatnot, it is not actually a strong reference I need for it because of the fact I will not actually be dropping the villagers using the vanilla because guess what? This stupid little mod pack comes with one little trick. Pick up the stupid guys. Alright. Let's just assume that I got the red glass at 1213, 1312, 1512, and 013, an additional index point. Yep, you crossed the chart border. Now we put down a bunch of glass at 1 positive to 11 to 1 positive through 11. What does that mean? Seven by 7, going from 1, 1 in the additional to 11, 11. Oh, you need to take out the dirt. The dirt is at 1414, and 1414 got a special instruction. 1414 to 7 water. Zero, 2 to 8, 1. Singular fence. Noting that all of my reference points are, if you could stand on top of it, indexes of draw a line of walls, draw a line of walls, draw a line of walls. In X04's instructions, next have one extra one up here. 1, 11, 2 to 9. Lightning rod. Let's see. Which means 111,229. This quarter. Something. I need to go and grab the reference points for the actual signal tower stuff later. But he stopped giving sub-chunk coordinates and da-da-da, and almost all of them are, what are you looking at? Which is a different notation if I use the what are you looking at. So, instead, we realize we don't have the soul sand in the backpack because it's in our hand. Now, here is where his instructions would have us building a thingy to get the thingies up the thingy. Which would involve us adding some signs and stuff like that. But you don't need the signs. Not if you're not actually sending villagers up it. But you do need a bubble column. Very much matters. So 14 to 14, 64, 14. Soul sand. 14, 65, 14. Kelp. That saves me some bone meal. No, I do not want AI viewers. Go away. What do you mean there's no Iska? Right, it's Saturday. Anyways. I have no clue whether or not I can actually make the kelp grow by standing next to it. Okay. Confirm that it worked right by riding the stupid tower up. Whee! Yeah. Well, it works. Which means I'm done with everything that involves lava. So, all right. Eight. Okay. Yep. Alright. Well, that was right. Alright. Alright. Well, guess what? We get to go back to the lower casting. Lower casting. Ten 69 9. Nice. And that is temporary pillar. Go away. Stupid Windows button. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 11, 71, 9. Dispenser facing up. Okay. But you see. Dispenser facing up. I think. Yep. 11, 72, 9. Remove the cast block. Remove any casting from sub-index 11, 72, 7 to 9, 10, 9, 70, 10. Okay. I think it's 3 high here. I think it was something like this. Yeah. Standing on it 70, 71, 72. Wait. Did I do that on the right side? Okay. 10. Okay. 11, 7 to 9, 7. So in theory, I'm supposed to leave these, I think. Honestly. All right. $11.71.8 button. I have managed to annoy myself with where I put that shulker. Significantly. Okay. Add permanent blocks at 69. Sub-reference 710 to 46. Seven, 10, 4, 6. Seven, 10, 2, 4, 6. Permanent blocks index 670 10, 6. Permanent blocks 470 10 to 6. Double chest on 10, 9, 70, 10 to 6. Uh, 10, 9. Okay. $971 10 through 6 hoppers facing down. Okay. Right. The reference is weird when I am standing immediately on the chest. Okay. Because the chest is not 100% a full block. Hoppers facing down. Uh, 870 10 through 6. Hoppers facing into 970. Same reference. All right. $871 10 through 6. Hoppers facing 971 10 through 6. Wonders double speed hoppers, right? 872 10 through 6. Hoppers facing down. 770 10 through 6 redstone torches attached to 670 10 through 6. 570, 10 through 6. Redstone repeaters facing 6. Index 7 to 5, 71, 10 to 6 permanent blocks. Redstone comparators at 772, 10 through 6, facing towards 672. Redstone dust. Uh. 871, 54. Double chest. All right. $873. 10 to 8. Remove the cast. 72, 73. 973, 8. 973, 10. Glass. Eight, 7, 72. 8, 7, 72, 11. 72 puts it here. Nine, 73, 4 through 6. Eight, 72, 4. Glass. Light it on fire. Okay. 7, 73, 4 through 11. Eight, 73, remove that cast already. Okay. 70, 73, da, da, da. 8, 73, 12. Uh, 73 and 74. Was that before? 7, 74, 11, glass. 8, 74, 11, top waterlogged trapdoor attached to 8, 74, 12. Okay. The trapdoor's in the sugar box. Get your butt down here. I'm not walking over here again. Thank you. Alright. Don't need to guarantee that I store lava someplace. Get more lava at other places. So. Look, free cobblestone. Okay. I'm gonna need more water anyways. Oh, you should have gotten a bunch of ice. Nah. Ah. I'm dealing with that. Okay. I need to set that on fire eventually. Since I don't have fire here yet. Trapdoors. Sons. The rest of that can wait because it goes in things later. It's now waterlogged. Glass, 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 glass. Top waterlogged. Glass 7512. $76.12. There we go. Remove the casting from 8, 75, and 76, 11 through 7. $75, $76, 7. Okay. Eight 74 9, 8 74 7, 8 79 9, or 874. Yep, 9 and 874 7. Glass. It does tell me to put glass at 7. Yeah. 7, 75, and 76. 11 through 8. And that was both heights. and 875, 76 at 7. Okay. Uh, 13 to 9, 73, 6 to 4. So I should not be in here. Okay. Nine dash 6 to 13 dash 4 at 73, 6, 5, 4. You're alone? All right. Okay. Uh, 13, 4, so 4. All right. Remove the cast at 10, 7, 74, and 75. 10, 7, 74, and 75. Then these two, and these two. Okay. Add a permanent block. 10, 73, 8. 10, 73, 8. Okay. Ugh. 10, 74, 8. Put a button attached to the block below it. Yes. Dispenser facing up at 1073.9. Remove and replace the cast block with a cauldron on this side. Then stick a string on top. Okay. $11.75, 10 through 8. Boop, boop, boop. That one. This one. And half slot. We put those here. Uh, 10, 74, and 75 temporary blocks. Attach a sign at 876.10 and 876.8. Attach to 776.10 and 1076.8. Signs. Place water at 875.8. Whoop. Ten, 76, and 77, 9 glass. Water. Water. I'm borrowing this. Oh, ice is easier if you need it. You deal with kelp in this. You can place kelp. And if you flood just above it when you place the kelp, you can then take the water that's above it. Anyways, 1078 to 101 permanent blocks. At 9. At 9. Alright. Those aren't even blocks I'm using, those are spacers. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's convenient. All right. That's everything I wrote down so far. Oh. And that's because it wants me to go and this is when it would have me go and cast the timing tower. Which, like, okay, it makes a little bit of sense for that to be the timing for when you go and do the tower. Because that gives more than enough time for that lava to finish flowing down. We remember how long that took. So I don't blame it. Oh. ENX4, save me, save me. Tell me you've got a schematic for building gadgets to do it. What do you mean you don't? Oh no. Alright. Here's where things start getting complicated. Scaffolding to 194. That's great. Did that go up or down? Well, there's one fortunate thing we have those folding. If it went down. Nope. Which means didn't go down. Okay. So hopefully you get to go off for now. Whee! Look, I don't have creative mode flight, so I also don't have my Stonefall yet. I would love to have my Stonefall. That one did go down there. Who needs signs when you have scaffolding? Oh. Did I mention how much I get annoyed by... Get your butt down here, sir. That is not what I intended to do. Is that a quark feature? That you can swap things with scaffolding? Sticky pistons facing up against the cobblestone. On this side. I am under glass. You calm down. Fine. We're coming back to this. All right. There is dolphins. Right over here. Come on, motorboat. I got 500 meters to swim. I want to do it slowly. To go around loose items because it will interact with them in the water. Good to know that I can go and try and murder one of those for a trident. Because if that one threw one at me, it's a persistent one because it's part of the initial generation of those. At some point, that leaf is going to decay. Definitely not today. Baby zombie, baby zombie, baby zombie, baby zombie, baby zombie. Baby zombie, zombie. Skyrats. Zombie, baby zombie, baby zombie. Okay, if he's dumb enough to not be able to get into my house, I'm fine. Fine with that. A zombie wandering underneath my porch. Underneath my porch. Underneath my porch. Baby zombie is underneath my porch. All day long. Like, he's got a helmet, so he's not going to burn in daylight. So I have to wander him a bit away so he can just despawn naturally. And I get to be annoyed because I am out of bread again. That's a witch. That is not a witch though, so. It's not something I have to deal with or worry about or note. Oh. Oops, candy. Oh, I should have grabbed that dolphin. But I just can't be asked to grab the dolphin. Like, to be fair, I actually am supposed to go and get another... I am supposed to use the lava bucket for something. So... that's one of the reasons why you're supposed to keep it, is because you technically use it to handle the, Ravagers. The Ravagers and the Ravager jockeys. In the design. This is how we go up the water, up the water, up the water. This is how we go up the water. Oh, oh. Close enough. Alright. Sticky mist. Sticky mist. Then composter. Glass. Glass. Composter. Composter. Okay. Two oh one 1213. Yay, he gave the index again. Stair block. Glass, 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 glass. Glass here. Not here, because you're going to drop a villager there, in theory. I'm not, but... because I can come back up here and click villagers directly in here. I might decide to jump down, but that's another matter. Oh, waterlock. This is fine. Okay. Okay. Egg. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Not even a baby. I was gonna be like, why does it have purple pants? No, that's because the boots are injected. This is how we dodge hostile mobs. Dodge hostile mobs. Alright. Dolphin. We have a drop. You have failed your drop. Thank you, Dolphin. That's exactly what I wanted you to do. Okay. That's my experience. Ooh, scaffolding. Okay. Hmm. But I need those. These in hand. I need these. All right. And here. This one will be looking south. That's what he said. Okay. And then it has 1, 2, 3 apartments. Stick this up there. All right. Dang it. I lost one of them either down the edge or... Anyways. Okay, so that's what I was seeing. Those are... what we'll call them bubbles. Mhm. Yeah, that's great for anyone with epileptic seizures triggered by rapidly flashing pulses. Watching the stream. Sticky mist. 'Commerce for down. Glass. Stair. $13, $12, $169. Six, 67, 68, 69. And then glass, 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 glass. Not quite. That's for me down over here. Technically, I should go and make a bit more glass if I'm going to do stupid things like that. Bucket of water to like the water is going to clear itself in all these cases later. Okay. Okay. Alright, alright. Tiny child. Okay, fine. He's going away. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Bucket of water. Up the waterfall. $15, $12, $137. Okay, good. In theory, I should have just brought my, like, craft some copper into a wrench. Close enough. Okay. Glass. Composter. Composter. Thing to be waterlogged. Glass. 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 Villager drop point. Water source. Water source. Then water source. Yeah, like just if you put it exactly where I made that waypoint, that would be great because that puts it so that it's immediately underneath the platform you're going to climb up to, and uh or that the player would climb up to actually run a raid. And then like wherever you want people to come to the raid farm from is where the other one would go if you're using the plates. Or spawn. It could probably go to spawn. I probably should put a raid captain bank in it, but there is an outpost here, spitting distance straight across the water. So it's not horrible to go and get the captains from there if you have to. But one of the things that I do intend to make eventually, which I did not gather the resources for, is the catches them in a. You could put it at my house. You could put it at spawn, because part of it isn't necessarily that this is 100% for me to use for my needs. This is me making a raid farm because, among other things, it's good for later totems. It's good for early emeralds, though I'm going to assume you guys have gotten fairly decent on the emeralds, at least. And if all else fails, you hit the raw vaults right now. But, like, it's good for a lot of those resources early on, and, like, it's also one of the only places you can get the illegal enchants on your crossbow. Ignore that last part. It really does not matter to really have multi-shot instead of piercing. It's not actually that powerful when it comes down to it. But yeah. Anyways, I have one more villager holding chamber to make on the tower here. Then I have to actually build the the raid spawn and drop the things down into the pit mechanism. I've got all the materials on me at the moment. Eventually, if I want to wander into the but like I am 100% following the same video that I have the last like 3 times I've done this for Vault Hunters. And probably the funny thing is, every single time I build it, I never grab a full schematic of it. So I can just kind of go, hey, anyone got building gadgets? And like the only thing I did different this time was I did not start with scaffolding. I started with sand because the stupid scaffolding burns. Because somebody at Forge decided, hey, scaffolding should burn. Something. I've made that same complaint several times in the last several streams, so like you have absolutely heard it. Yay! All 4 of those glowstone dust. Which honestly, this thing is also going to give me glowstone dust, so that's why I don't feel bad about having used glowstone for the what you call it. Yeah, and like I can see his logic, but at the same time, like they didn't put that in because among other things, that makes it a lot easier to grief somebody on scaffolding. Okay, yes, it's really easy to grief somebody with scaffolding by doing the smack, but like I said, like it's like uh being able to do it by I put down lava near the bottom and eventually it burned is a completely different category of giving somebody the ability to grief. Okay. Too high and so it's here. Okay. Uh, something, something. Oh, how's Remastered going? Well, you see, I'm annoyed at least a couple of developers because of choices they've made on various mods or things. One is a general one of Forge, and the other is little tiny nitpicky things that annoy me about how Pepperfly decide to handle some of their mod choices with the sophisticated things. Does it make sense for me to have these? Not really, but at the same time. And I have just caused myself a bit of a headache. And by a bit, I mean a lot of one. Okay. To be fair, it's actually not that bad because of the fact I do not need to bring the villagers up the water column to put them in this stupid thing. They are something I can just bring in and put in by hand because of easy villager setup. Now I need to go and stick some kelp in here, and then I am going to probably drown on my way up. Okay, it's not even probably, I am definitely going to drown at this point. Okay. Still setting down the warp plate or whatever. Have you stuck the warp plate someplace? And if so, where? Did it end up at spawn? Okay, it's at spawn. I will figure out exactly which warp plate it is. Eventually. What spawn? This one? Alright. We will get it assigned at some point. When is some point? 3 to 5 business days, if we're lucky. Come on, let me swim. Alright. Going down a bubble column is one of the most annoying things to do. It can be done as long as you are capable of actually swimming. Sir. What kind of nonsense is that? What? Okay, like... Suicidal dolphins. Things just can't get too much weirder, right? Where did I set that? Okay. Warp plate. I'm going to manage to step on that extra times a lot. Right. Ladder. Because if I remember it right, the ladders are for... Does that mean was that supposed to mean that it was supposed to give me the option of like just extending the ladder upward there on its own? Alright. Okay, bum me up. I have a job for you to do. The job is make more kelp. Is this a useful thing for you to do? Probably not. Is it also going to lead to me drowning again? 100%. Okay, twerker does not work on kelp. Got it. 1, 2, 3. And drowning. World spawned. Warp plate. Remind me to add a glow ink to that sign later. Break the cup. And we're going to go and get my body. At the top of this pillar. Is my body's in the column still someplace? Oh. It's fine. Like, even with the respiration, this high of a column, I would have drowned on the way up. That's just, like, a given. Now, the problem is... I have to hit the transfer item quick enough. Well, the thing's trying to launch me up. Sometimes I might have opinions about the functionality of the corpse mod. It's not unreasonable, it's not a bad mod, I might just have opinions about it. Go away. And I can climb up the scaffolding to the one I'm working on. You probably did not catch the very beginning of my stream, mainly because, like, I did no advertising of any or anything like that. And it was me going, hey, my head is ow, so I am awake earlier than I want to be. Time to go and torture myself by working on the raid farm. The headache has gone away, at least. Which means the pain meds I took count. But I decided to do something that's going to like use my brain for Y92, Y93, Y93, because 93. Okay, and then it's composter up, composter down, glass, glass, stair block. The fun thing is, like, I couldn't tell you what in the world caused the headache, and given the fact it's like, with my family history, it's like, okay, is that a headache caused by, like, not eating enough in the last little bit, or uh, is it, like, whatever was in that donut, there was some flavor or another, or like some ingredient in it because it was like leftovers from somebody else bringing a box of donuts and it was like just one of the loose winchell cake ones. Is there something in that that is in my family sensitivity, just because my family has like ridiculous amounts of food sensitivities, to the point that it's like you just don't track them unless they're like anaphylactic, as opposed to like, this causes some headaches. Although I I do not uh, take the headaches as lightly as some people might say, because they're the ice pick headaches, not the head is slightly sore. No, it's like horrendous. And the fun one is, I actually do know at least one of the things that causes that for one of mine, and it's one of the primary flavorings for about half the or more of all the root beers on the market. Like the flavoring to make them root beer flavored. So like Mug, A&W, all of those. Like A&W is delicious. Mug is But if I have either one of those, I end up with a migraine within like the migraine ice pick headache in less than an hour. Uh, but like the Barks root beer, uh, the particular flavoring they use for their root beer part of it is not one of them. And like, it turns out that that's roughly like, yeah, yeah. It turns out that it's like those are like the two main flavoring ingredients. So it's either I get something in the Barks class, or I get one in the, yeah, and it's like, and that's not even like, oh yes, I've had that my whole life. No, some of that is like in the last decade. Um, Villager Station. All of those ones up there lost their water when I accidentally stuck an observer into the center. I do it like every time I'm building this thing, but honestly, given the fact that the next steps I'm supposed to do on this are kidnap villagers with a boat, slowly boat them over here, stick them in there, and then drop them down using the red. But fortunately, I can skip the stick them in a boat and try and paddle them over here. And that's my intention. By just kidnapping them directly. Raid farm go brrr. I'm too lazy to do the full like voice to actually make it have like the trill like it's supposed to. Compressor chest. Only do it if it's uncraftable. Can work in the GUI, so you can do it using the player. But right now, this one costing the same as a regular compacting only does the 2x2s. And if you notice, whenever you give it the 2x2s, it doesn't let you undo. Like, it doesn't leave the result in a way where, like, something could go and reference and pull, say, the uncompacted velvet out. But given the fact you could otherwise, say, accidentally make a large amount of wooden boards that are... I don't even think you can use them to mine that or to burn them in a furnace. So, like, yeah. But at least this compresses some of it for now. Soot for the soot god. His name is Darkest. Whatever. I'll compress some of that later. Maybe. I have gotten distracted. I am here to kidnap things. Here, villager. Boop. That was a note block sound. I thought. That or a... hearing things. Locked. Okay. Let's see. Am I allowed to lock? Cool. I am allowed to lock. We're going to lock all these, and I get to come back for them. Because I need to go and reference what in the world I told them to assign to each location. That is the wrong one for that location, because that was supposed to be a 2 for the apple crates. It's fine. They don't need apple crates. Okay. Wheat, beetroot with hay bale and crate, and then we had carrots and potato with poisonous potato. We had sugar cane and the sugar cane bundle for pork. We had um, melons, pumpkins, the 4 types of seeds. This was supposed to be apples and apples crate, but that's a single, not a double. So we can just end up with non-compacted somewhere vaguely that way. 22, 41. Anyways, I got distracted. I was here to kidnap or employ some interns. Okay, yeah, those are fine. Little bit annoying for noise, but they're fine. Was that? Is that how we're doing cages? We're going to. Are we going to stick cages up? Yeah, I'll figures that out with Gikia later. Um, Villager kidnapping zone is from here. Yeah, I don't know if the shelves were intended to be where the cages or whatever were going to go eventually. I am uncertain where they ended up, so we're going to make a stupid decision for how in the world we're going to find them. I am pretending to be a villager. There are no small children here. They have all been collected. I guess. I am slightly annoyed that those are separate slabs as opposed to proper bricks. There are no children in the children machine. Now I need to figure out where in the world they've stored them. Okay, yes, I could raid a regular village, but... Anyways, if I stand right here, that one always appears. I've gotten distracted again, distracted again, distracted again. I've gotten distracted again. Arguably for a good reason. I don't know why the driftwood's over here. That's all still what I dumped there. That one's on them. That one's on them. Right, that's how you could have done the emeralds. You could have saved yourself so much effort just by making a melon and pumpkin farm. Why in the world use raids? Where are the villagers? Fine. We'll do this the hard way. Ooh, botany pots. Someone shipped a helmet to me. Alright. I am now outside. This allows me to properly view the map. To figure out where I am going to devastate a village. Because there's like, oh, you're just going to grab and kidnap some villagers. No, these are going to be in the overworld. They're never ending up in an easy villager thing. So I need to 100% guarantee I've obliterated the all the points of interest so they can't lag anything. Yeah. There's the couple between you and Spawn. There's this one up here in this loop. The big thing is, like, I have to remove every bed and every job site, potentially. So, like, the more buildings it has, the more I have to devastate it. So, like, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, like, this is actually a deceptively large one because the farms, each of the houses, um, the bell here, and like you have to eliminate all of that to guarantee there you don't the fun one is apparently for me to use the warp plates I have to be holding something in my hand when I click on them, and that lets me bypass the research lock. Don't ask me why. I'm not the one who coded it. The research lock, not the original either. But like, but yeah, like that's how I can manage to use the warp stones. Is like it's supposed to like keep me from using the warp stones at all if I don't have the research, but somehow I can use them uh, as long as I put something in my hand when I go and interact with them. All right, bone meal. This. Um, roasting dust, egg. I just put away. Did I just accidentally put away anything that I was actually using? I put away the redstone. And I need to keep the redstone on me. Egg. A singular name tag. I am trying to figure out whether or not I am currently actually hearing them. No, I can't be hearing the Minecraft music. I don't have Minecraft music anywhere active, so that is entirely in my head. That's always fun. I got distracted. I was still putting away things. I should put away some bone meal because I've used up the bone meal I need. I should put that back in the storage thing before I lose it. I should type good luck. I've used a little more glass than I intended to while I was there, so in various places. And in theory, the glass I had was the specific amount the entire design took. So I should cook just a bit more. Oh. I should steal some of Giki's bread from the villagers that are still making bread instead of harvesting wheat. Um, yeah. Since we all start at so I will look into that later. It Oscars. I am going to go steal bread and return a wrench. No, I'm not. I'm going to grab some glass. Then I'm going to go return a wrench. Then I'm going to steal some bread. In that order. Glass. A slight bit of repair. A slight bit of repair. Yeah, the plates do make it easier for like new people to start interacting with people because it reduces the travel requirement as well. You don't have to have already traveled the 2,000 blocks to somebody's base. Yeah, and you have to have also right-clicked on another one at a different one. You can get once you get the uh, symbols to pop up, you can use it even when it's locked with something in hand. It still says you need the research, but if you have something in your hand, it has worked for me. Because I know I tried, like, at the beginning of the whole uh, thing, and I was like, oh, it doesn't work. And then I tried again at a different time, and it did. Which means it almost certainly was just the first time I tried clicking it with a empty hand. Wrench Cooper. All right. Okay. Time to go. Devastate a village. Do you have a particular village I should go and eliminate? I know that there's a couple, but like any your like honestly that one just should not be near my base. So can you clear it out so it doesn't accidentally lag? Nah, like it devastating a village is very simple because it just involves me going and stealing every single point of interest. And it basically just means I'm going to have a large amount of beds that I'm going to take home, and I'm going to also keep all of the points of interest too, because somebody chopped down the yellow tree at some point, and it is still decaying because uh, they wandered off. There is still a log somewhere up in there. Ah, you want me to eliminate that one? Can do. Yep, I also had my eye on That one was also one I had a. But if you're like the small village over there is the better one to eliminate, I can absolutely go and do the small one. Yeah, yeah, like I've got a couple that I've just already spotted. The small one I actually haven't gone close enough to that I've spotted it. It's on your mini map, but not mine yet. But that's like, oh no, I have to swim over there? Okay, I could, in theory, get myself a boat. Ooh, piece of candy. Is that what you're going to say every time you see like a resource, like a mineral block? Yeah. Yeah, but it's also like how many farms does it have? Because like the farms also come with the what you call it. Ooh, golden apple. That's actually worth stealing. Yoink, my golden apple. Yeah. Fortunately, like each farm is like one composter is what you have to deal with. And then like once you have eliminated every single point of interest, the beds, the bell, the different things like that, you then can just kind of uh, all of the villagers in that area should already have like because they're in the world nearby, their memories are going to reset about what points of interest exist, and then you can like you can even test this by doing the make a bunch of beds in a pit kind of capture thing, and then get all of them into there, and then take all the beds out while they're all like trapped in a little 15 by 15. No, not 15 by 15. That would be number of feet, so 5 by 5. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Honestly, I should have probably just dealt with the one that's like near you. Dolphin, come on, dolphin. Come on, dolphin. Let me jet ski. Thank you. This is actually also one of the reasons why you don't want Depth Strider is you will move too fast to take advantage of the dolphin for doing something like this. Okay, so fine. Like probably I can swim around and get closer to it, but It's fine. Chalk. Like what? It's 1.5 kilometers or so. And honestly, like, okay, look, I get to add some things to my map. And like I said, I actually could have gotten here a lot quicker if I had just taken the dolphin and kept on the waterway. But I decided to climb over just in case. And it's not too bad for height differentials. Assuming... Okay, yeah, there's nothing down there. So, step one, bed one. Torches are fine. That's already been raided. But somebody left the bricks. I am taking the bricks. Because bricks are annoying in, like, okay, they're actually not hard to get. But you need both bricks as the block and brick as the individual item. And I don't know whether or not they're going to get the unpacking recipe built into the sophisticated drawers. Ooh, piece of candy. That's a beehive. Piece of candy. The bells have already been stolen, which is fine. Fine, be annoyed at me. All I did was take out your bed. You don't even have a job, so you're not. Bonk. Very possible. But, like, nobody has, like, a really strong claim of, oh, yeah, they were already going to raid this village because, for one thing, the brewing stand was still there, and it's like, that's one of the things you want actually early. Even if you're not brewing any actual ones. There's too much grass. It makes it annoying for figuring out exactly where. Like, there's at least one composter somewhere around. I need to steal. Let's see. 1, 2, and 3. Ooh, lava. House. Village. Church. Alright. Looks like probably it's the farms that are left. Somebody raided this without replanting. Do I need to be properly harvesting this? Alright. Now, that should be every job site. You're unemployed. You're unemployed. You're still a small child, which means I'm not even allowed to kidnap you. Because the mod maker would have gotten in trouble if they allowed you to. Ew, plains dirt. What is with the modded types of dirt? You can't even grow pumpkins onto them. I think I need 5 villagers. I don't remember exactly how many you need for the raid, but I think you need one at the very top, in addition to the 4 you drop down to various locations. So I think you need 5 villagers. Did you just fart on a child? Remembering what in the world they've put into Twerker and the fact that they have removed, like, any of the specializations. It's a matter of, like, remembering what all it is, and it's like, yeah. Turns out, yes, it works on all the baby mobs. Because maximum funsies, why should it have, like, some things it just doesn't work on? So it's, and, like, I have to have at least a few things where it's like, I am 100% now justified in spending the single point I have at level 0 on Twerker. I mean, Farmer. Okay. No other villagers. So, me doing all that should have 5 villagers that shouldn't do any pathfinding to cause problems. Which is good because I'm about to stick them in one of the things that at least a couple people are going to use in theory. And like eventually I will also get uh, the raid farm a proper like modded setup for some of its collection and other things like that. But for now it's entirely the vanilla thing. And the big reason I'm going to potentially put in some modded is because that lets me also collect the saddles. Because the way it's designed right now, you don't get the saddles out of it. Mainly because they're one of the, like, this isn't very useful things, but, like, you do get some use of saddles in Vault Hunters for later recipes. I mean, you could theoretically just fish them up manually too. Uh, Vanilla gives you enough saddles when you're fishing. But it's still like, if we're going to use it for emeralds, it takes very little extra to add, like, oh yeah, yeah. Uh, for anyone on these servers, I can also say if you log into the Iskallia vanilla, you can go and see other things that I've done at times on there in the farming area or in the resource world of it. Uh, Noting that, like, I might have spent lots and lots of hours fishing on the vanilla Iskallia server too, and helped with some of the farms for the resource world farming area, including putting a melon and pumpkin farm under under the rest of the farms, and having the melons and pumpkins delivered using using like just redstone circuits up to a chest where it's already crafted back into melons and has pumpkins and is just like right there next to farmer villagers set up for melon and pumpkin trades. And a huge amount of the enchanted books. Not 100% of the enchanted books. I got distracted during the project and wandered off for several months. So, not every enchanted book is available, but a lot of them. You know, in case anybody decides they don't want to do their action RPG and would rather play vanilla Minecraft, like, Don't ask me why in the world you would, but it's available. I have just reloaded my shaders instead of opening chat. Good going. Alright. Whoop. Remind me that we should put one of the Pillager Raid Captain banners up right next to the warp for the raid farm. Because that makes it fairly easy to go, hey. Alright. Yeah, with how quickly they're taking the job site, that means they basically definitely do not have a memory issue. It's raining. Why does it have to be raining? Nobody likes when it's raining. Okay, actually some people do, but they're weird. 13, 15. Alright. Alright. I do need one up here. And 15? Was it? And composter at 2, 2, 4. Then you stick the villager in, and stick a can't put the glass down, not directly on their head like that. So need to do it the right way. Over-engineered. He just sticks a glass block here and calls it a day, and I'm like, no. I want to do this the right way. What's the right way? Zero take a glass block. You're supposed to cycle that to delete the block of water, but you can just... Yep. With the only thing being... Now you gotta... Then it will cycle itself in a minute. this is still needed for something. That's still needed for something. I think. Oh. Technically, I'm supposed to have broken all of these red stained glass on the way out or whatever, or on sending them down or whatever. And then at the end of it, you are going to be breaking all the scaffolding. But that's for another time. Well, that's for later. Because I still haven't built the kill chamber. In theory, I should have all the materials for it. Alright. Ooh, piece of candy. You're not even mining those. Stop saying that. At the top of the signal tower, or top of the spawn tower. We want to swap back to having a actual things. Instead of whatever nonsense I still have from the village. Brain. Bricks. Bread. Those are for item filter later. Yeah, the rest of this nonsense is like villager nonsense and village nonsense from raiding the village and egg. I need to go and get my lava bucket back at some point. And it was... Alright, I need an observer right here looking into the water. Solid block. Torch on top. I did not actually bring regular torches. But I do have extra glass. So I can do the more expensive option. Hopefully. And then solid blocks. And 4. Because we're just going to piston move these back and forth. Yep. Alright. Now is one of the times I need the repeaters and I need dust. We have a repeater on 2. Uh, 3 pistons on each side. And take out that cobblestone. 3 cobblestone on the side nearest the tower. Nearest the tower. And the way this works is the mobs end up on here. This shifts over. Their feet are now in the block because of the 1 pixel difference here. 100, 101, 100, 101. so they fall down. Alright, I need my lava bucket for the next step. Put a figure 8 of glass above this. Too high. And then a third layer will have a lava bucket in the center in the last cauldron we have here. And that will kill any of the Ravagers that spawn. So we come down here and get our bucket. Ooh, glowy. That's also why, like, I cooked another half stack of glass just in case, so I could remember exactly what I needed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. Funnily enough, this is also one of the reasons why you have the stairs. Those 4 stairs I still have in my inventory, you can see off to the side. They're actually part of the next step here. Because you build the Ravager stays right here, frame out of it. Because their hitbox can intersect with the stairs. What you call it? The stairs inside face or whatever. Yeah, so this figure 8, and then glass, 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 glass. Composter, 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 composter. Not there, there. And this takes advantage of the inner hitbox of the composter for doing this. And of course I have to waterlog the stairs when I never have any water. Do I have like 1 kelp on me? No. Because I could duplicate some kelp if I had. Or I could duplicate the water if I had any kelp on me. Fine, I'm going to have to jump down there. And get another bucket of water. Because I can't reduplicate what's in the tower properly, so. In theory, I should have gotten both buckets full of water while I was down there. But too late now. All right. And this is where it gets fun. Because, oh look, figure 8. Except, that's not going to hold him in. But what will? Oh look, another bucket of water. Probably don't need another one immediately. Ah. Like, honestly, me jumping down from time to time is a little bit enriching. Alright. I have failed to put this bit of glass in that I should have. It's fine. I should be doing this anyways, so that... Alright. You see that forces them up. Then they hit the bottom of this glass block, well inside this glass block, held by this, and intersecting the lava cauldron. $107? Yep. Alright. And since, in theory, you don't want saddles and whatnot, most of the time up here, they have you come up here and make some Bernie for the like saddles to fall into. I left my flint and steel down there, so I will come up here and light this later. In theory, if I remember to. Half slabs keep things from spawning on it. $78. I've got a foothold somewhere down here, right? 78. You are on your way. I like the rain when I have to have a lazy day. Yeah, you had wandered the bucket over. Yeah, I saw you climbing down. You've got your mushroom hat. Which, like, yeah, I like that hat. Chat on stream. Yeah, I'm still level 0 because I am being extremely stubborn about wanting to play the combat patch from level 0. So I am currently 9 days in to being a stubborn little vanilla player, apparently. Uh, Noting that, like, I have also. Oh, no, no. Well, like, I could, except for the fact other people on my server want help with their knowledge things, so eventually I will hit the right button to open this thing. So, they have already researched various things while I've been attached to them, and that notes that they all have botany pots and I don't. And I believe these two got researched while I was still not attached, and Waystones got researched while I was not attached. At least for a few people. So, like, but no, no, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to beat Vault Hunters with 100% only vanilla stuff all the way to level 100. I have at least a little bit of dignity. No, I don't. I just need other people to put them down for me. And notably, the Waystones have this weird quirk where if you are holding something when you click on them, it bypasses the mod lock. Don't ask me why it bypasses the mod lock, but it does. Like, I don't need Waystones if I can get other people willing to throw down some of the uh, infrastructure for me. So, like the warp plates, we already know that those don't require you to have researched it. The Waystones. Oh, come on. Okay, it's being picky about me having anything in my offhand when I'm also. Come on. Oh, you're just lagging. Okay, I'm. It's deciding to lag out on me. To be fair, I kind of like incidentally found that I don't know whether or not that's me, the server, or if I need to okay, so that's global at the moment. Okay, so it just lag spiked. It happens. Uh but yeah. Okay, I should mention, hey, other people on the server have been doing things, and if I wanted it to be easier, one of the fun things they've already done is research the building gadget, and I could wander to somebody else's base and grab a building gadget. But that also requires me to have the schematic for this and different things like that. And like, look, I am currently 9 days into being stubborn about being level 0. I've had this since day 1. There's one in Giki's stuff right now. And I could also raid Giki's stuff to make a copy and paste gadget, which is how you could do the memory uh, of a saved one, or uh, or to make the exchange gadget if I wanted to go. Okay, actually, he had it right. I should have used smooth stone. Exchange all of these polished deep slates or whatever. It's like 100% of everything I'm doing right now is out of the stubborn, including building this entire house in a swamp so that no slimes can spawn in it at any light level because it is entirely above it or below it for the basement storage. Like, there is a little room that I'm working on for the storage under this, and it is also situated specifically to be between uh, the top of where slime chunks could be, noting that these two are slime chunks, but none of these ones are. Uh, and the swamp spawning area, which is between 50 and 70, give or take. Honestly, the reason I have the gear is because people keep giving me gear. So, like, I'm not opposed to using some of the things, but, like, I am absolutely causing myself problems by doing it. And, like, I'm not... Like, if he manages to put another week before the update, I will probably crack and start running. Because... Yeah. Alright. But yeah. Yeah, yeah. I know in this case it's very, very arbitrary. Honestly, I don't think like doing a stay under a certain level really is that helpful. Uh, and this comes from the guy who, on one season, while basing with other people, uh, did over did almost 200 plunder vaults in a row. At like mid 60s, 70s, and 80s because I kept getting like a bounty or another. Uh, that was the season that I got all 200 favor. Signal tower. I hope it did the right height. Let's see. If I did the right height. Free camp. Right, I haven't even put those in yet. That's actually part of this next step. Okay. Remove the too high section. There should be one solid block there. Yep. Okay. Like, I will absolutely go ham on the is that supposed to be open or is that supposed to be a glass thing? We'll figure that out eventually. Like, part of this I had written down all the instructions for, and part of it I'm having to literally pull up the farm. And that notes that I've built it several Alright. So these go away. Soul sand, magma, magma. Pointy. Pistons? Pistons. Well, like I am kind of doing the challenge, and you want to know what the challenge is? I've been waiting for this patch for 2 months. It was supposed to be a hot fix to help with some of the drawer issues, too. And it just got away from them. I've been waiting since the beginning of May, if not longer. So the challenge is, I'm not doing the same update 2 seasons in a row if I can help it. I want the new combat update that the server reset for. But yeah, it really does not make sense, and it's like, this is like, is this really actually a good way of playing? And it's like, no, almost certainly not. But I mean, usually I'm like mid 50s before I even bother making this thing. But this is a really useful thing to have early because, hey, guess when you need emeralds? The first little bit when you start like enchanting some vanilla tools to start going into like your first vault or whatever. When do you start needing a lot of redstone? When you don't have a lot of mods unlocked for the farming? Yeah. You could, but then you have to still set up the if you if you start with the farms for the villagers, it's like, okay, what are you trading with them first? And the answer might be like crops or whatnot. Okay. How automated is your crop farm? Where are you going to get the materials for that crop farm? And it's like, okay, yeah, okay. So rather than build a raid farm, which I know, like, it's getting me glowstone, it's going to get me gunpowder, it's going to get me emeralds, and it's going to be usable by everybody. Uh, versus, okay, I need to make. Let's assume that I just make the small 9x9 pumpkin and melon farm that everyone makes. I still need 80 pistons, 80 observers. No, not 80. 40 pistons, 40 observers, 40 bits of redstone dust. In addition to all that, then I need to have the dirt, I need to put down the lights to make sure it's running, and then I have to put down however many rails because we don't have the mud blocks in 1.18. So you don't have something that they're growing onto that would just let you make the entire thing a layer of hoppers, but nobody wants to make 80 hoppers. Yeah, like I could do twerker. That's literally what my point is in right now. And like yeah, I could stand there and keep harvesting it, but like given the fact that I am also streaming it, the question becomes, is it more interesting for me to hop on one day having already collected all the materials on a separate stream and then build the ENXO4 raid farm here and have the other players able to come here and just use the raid farm? Look, I am on season 9 of Vault Hunters for me. I 100% know this is not the best way to play. It hasn't been the best way to play from the very beginning. And, like, yeah, I know. I remember when they had to put in that limit. Last season, I had a full array of all 16 colors of wool and sheep, and I could, heck, I used the thermal machine to spin dyes out of the wool so I didn't have to craft the dyes by hand. Like, I know it's ridiculous. I know I'm being ridiculous. I've still got at least 4 more days before I'm going to run if the patch isn't out. What am I going to do for those days? I will figure it out, even if it's literally mapping out other people's storages and figuring out when the world mine will be once I actually run. I'm personally a fan of pink for color, so. Plus, like, I can kidnap so many, random, sheeps and things like that. Because anytime you start generating new chunks, you'll get, like, batches of 4 of various mobs and whatnot. And it's good to clean up the, passive mob cap from time to time. By, say, kidnapping every single villager from a small village and converting them to a well-apportioned raid farm near a pillager outpost. Like, honestly, I might have even taken longer on the raid farm, except for the fact I ran into the pillager outpost heading between my base and some of the other base mates. So, also, I am liking the lodge so far. I want to say that, Amanda, definitely good work on that so far. Uh, I will say one of the I've only done the raid farm in about 3 total seasons, and I will note one of the only times I did it in one of the seasons was partially because it was one of the better ways to get saddles. It's not a great way to get saddles, but you stick like a router up there and you have it vacuum it up, and that was in a season where like somebody else had already secured an outpost and set down warps and different things like that to the raid or to the pillager outpost so you could get yourself bad omen. If all I'm going to do is trade with villagers, I'll go back to vanilla. Like the Iskallia vanilla server, I still have, I think, a half dozen different book trades I never finished setting up on the resource server thing. Uh, Noting that I kept re-rolling them specifically to get the lowest price I could. And before you say cure them, the resource world on that is on peaceful. You can't even get a zombie to hit them because the zombies cease to exist. So I was having to just set up the cheapest price I could, knowing I couldn't cure them. Which gets really annoying because do you know how hard it is to get it to roll specifically like Unbreaking 3? Yeah, the like we've got Vault Enchanters. Like my quests, I have I've gotten this quest since day one, and everything else was day one for the ones I've completed down here. And this one was just because I picked up somebody else's bounty table and put it back down. And then I put the 10 bounty pearls in that because it was funny. Alright. This is where I need to use more glass. I was like, What in the world is up with this? Right. It's because this still needs scope. Ah. Syrup. Tricky, tricky. Where's the stair box? There we go. And stair block here. And at some point I should, like, honestly, this season I probably should get a copy of it. Yeah, like, I'm not trying for, like, a solved game doing exactly the same thing that is necessarily the most logical every single time. And honestly, if I've gotten to day 9 of this season, still at level 0, while continuing to carry around the crystal just right there, like, at this point, the fact that I haven't gone means that it's quitting for me to go in at this point. I gotta stick it out. Otherwise, it makes the last 9 days completely useless. Barely anything. The only difference is actually getting to feel the balance of using like the new uh, sword specialization that increases the sweeping hit range by 25% of its natural for every level you get on it to up to a double of it. Uh, having the uh, javelins be 1 point per and have 8 levels to it, and being able to do basically a skill-less combat build if you really wanted to, that does get a lot of benefits by just focusing on things that are just going to naturally happen, like Lucky Hit does. Something, something. I could I could wander myself over to the preview server at the moment. I'm supporting at that level, so I could, but on that one, I'm currently doing a stupid challenge, which is currently I'm C blocking using only raw vaults for resources, but I need to go and get some nether quartz on it, and I don't want to run around looking for a single nether room in like 4 raw vaults. I'll have to do it eventually, but I'm being stubborn, which is why I'm currently being stubborn as level 0 on this instead of going and getting a little bit of quartz on the preview server. Okay. Stairs, stairs. I knew there was a reason I still had more sides, apparently. Got it. Anyways, I've been here long enough. I'm going to get oh no, like I live to complain about things, believe me. So if like you would ask, feel free. Like, but don't expect you're going to convince me of anything. But if you want to keep asking questions, because honestly, sometimes it's good for me to go, okay, what is my justification for sitting here at level 0, day 9, going into day 10? Like, why am I level 0 in an action RPG mod pack with one and a half days of real life time already loaded on the server? 100% of it on stream. So no, like, sitting around AFKing unless you count whatever I'm doing right now as AFK. Okay. Glass blocks. Glass blocks. Get back here, trapdoors. But yeah, like, if you do actually have more questions, noting that I'm also the guy who plays almost exclusively Piece of Cake, Lucky Hit, Life Leech Tank, except when I need to do a lot of levels, and at that point I become what I call the Drunken Mage. Hush. The Drunken Mage poison build, which is using either the cooldown potion or the hatred totem potion on a slaughterer's brew, using the cooldown potion if I can't get the hatred totems on him, and just kind of drinking that in the center of a room while I've got poison cloud for my gear, and just like AP killing an entire room full of mobs every time I wander in, refilling the hatred totems and going to the next room. Oh yeah, yeah. You get the bad omen just by killing the pillager captain, and then you can wander back here. Or you can also use dark utilities to get it. One of the things that I will get slapped onto this at some point, because he didn't put the raid captains in the original video, I have to go and find the raid captain bank video and add the raid captain bank to this to collect up the raid captains so that people can start it just here. But but like that's more steps, and like I wrote about half the instructions for this down and was running off of my written notes of it. And then I realized I was just being too lazy to start writing down all the instructions for exactly where the villager ends up and how many and where exactly in the column each of the observers ended up. So I had to go back to the video to actually watch that rather than write it down, because I've got 2 pages of uh essentially coordinates and what block goes there, handwritten. And yeah, like I know about the raid captain bank and do intend to add it unless one of the other players elects to make the raid captain uh, or the raid captain bank obsolete by uh, getting dark utilities so that we could just do the it's one of these ones here. No, that's bad luck, which is not the same. Because, like, you start one raid, and then you can make 3 ominous plates just by one person unlocking dark utilities. Noting that we've already determined on the server right now uh, that they currently have no research penalty for teams, which is why people manage to research things, and I have random things unlocked at level 0. Ooh, sync. Ooh, sync. Ooh, sync. Ah. But yeah. Under all the cobblestone put into glass blocks, unless blocked by trapdoors. I have no clue if there's supposed to be a glass block here. I did an extra half stack of glass. Block there. Secretly, I've just broken the entire farm. And slap the pistons. Okay. Yeah, spawners is not a bad one. I say as though I used the ice spawners I unlocked last season and the season before that and the season before that for anything but the music discs. Like one of the seasons, I actually made like two different ice spawners. One I put in the wall and made a record disc farm. The other hung in a giant cavern for the entire season and had not a single egg ever put in it. And I hit level 500 something that season. I did all the prestige and went absolutely ham leveling up because I thought the stupid the stupid greed had a actual level cap still at 500 for the not the greed, the prestige. They didn't have the greed quite yet. But I was mistaken, and I found that out when I hit level 503 just before reset. And then our server had like 78% out of 80 to reset. So we didn't. So it was another couple weeks before we did. Which is why I hit like 543 by the end of the season. And yeah, spawners is easier. We tend to build Kagirium so that we've got a bunch. All right. Next step is I need to put in the observers for the which there's no guarantee this is even going to work quite as well because of the like. Okay, cool. We do actually have sweeping hit in all of this. It's not as powerful as vanilla's, but you can also get once you get like decent gear, you can get higher damage rating than what this would be. This is 15, which is one higher than you could get with a diamond sword anyways, right? This diamond sword is a 9. No, diamond sword is a 7. It's the axe, it's a 9. So yes. Yeah, you don't get shells or tridents from those. If you want to do shells or tridents, one of the things you can do, and I'm being very specific, you take the entangler, you give it the benthic bait, and it has to be in the ocean. I still thought they had left. Did they somehow put sharpness back in when they accidentally did the industrial foregoing over enchanting? Because I haven't gotten it ever to let me put sharpness even on the base diamond sword. Which I will point out, even if you can put sharpness 5 on it, that still maxes out at 12. The current sword I have has 15. Like I've been playing since update 3, and I am like pretty certain they've left even even diamond swords out of it. And that notes that I love collecting the illegal books. Like, did you know that in the vault they love decorating with Protection 1 books? Yeah, in Vault Hunters 2, they still left all the enchantments on it. And I think very, very, very. I think maybe update 1 still had the ability to put enchantments on the swords and whatnot. But I think not long after that, because it if they left it in, it meant that they would have to account for every single vault sword having an additional 5 points, uh, and an extra. What is it? If all of them have protection 4 at 4, that's 16. That's essentially 32% resistance from level 1 or 0. And having 32% of the 50% resistance to magic effects or other things like that from level from the very beginning makes it a lot harder for them to balance the weapons. And that notes this was also like when it like they what you call it, back when like uh Hellfire Mage was still working directly on the pack and things like that. But yeah, uh people right now are taking advantage of industrial foregoing, I think they said. Has some way to put boosted enchanting levels right now. So, and using whatever it is for the over enchanting. Like, I can't be bothered to figure out what in the world it is. But like I can't be bothered to figure out uh industrial foregoing. I don't want to learn another mod inside the mod pack that I'm just running around stabbing things mostly. That that's what I want to do things with. But they left some way that you can over enchant, and people are like, "Oh yeah, yeah." It doesn't help to have more than Feather Falling 7 because of the upper cap built into Minecraft itself for that and things like that. But you can put any number of fortune levels on your tool, and it's like, cool. It's if you want to break your game by having fortune 255 on your hammer, go for it. If you get far enough into greed, you should be able to break even the prismatic hammer even harder for like copiously. And at that point, the difference between doing the industrial foregoing over enchanting and just having 600% copious on just the pickaxe, and that doesn't include your vault deck. Like, you don't need that many resources even in greed. Sure, you can trade them in, but like you're already abusing over enchanting. Just figure out how you can cheese greed to keep going up another tier. Like, once you get to a high enough level of cheese in a mod pack like this, like, go to one of the ones where you just become infinitely powerful. Because if you're really just avoiding the gameplay balance to focus on the exploits, like, yes, they're interesting for a little while, but you lose a huge amount of your replayability and fun of the mod pack when you do. All right. And now I get to remove all of my markers higher than about here. Or down there. So I should go up and break those little pieces of glowstone. Then you're on the base pack. The official servers being run by Iskall in on his servers right now is running Vault Hunters Remastered, which if you've already got a kind of a forever world for Vault Hunters 3, don't worry about swapping over to Remastered. You also are going to get most of the combat updates as well. I think you're actually going to get all of the combat updates on a patch for like 21.6 or whatever. That will include a bunch of those. But they did the oh no. My entire restart has been taken up by Wee. Ah. Nah. This is Vault Hunters. That can be small. I will get more scaffolding later. But yeah. Right. I now have 3 buckets. I need to return your bucket to you at some point, Amanda. Yeah, and it's not even like, oh, it's because I think you've wasted resources. Like, no, like, iron farms are not hard to get. Uh, Heck, I should probably kidnap a non-raid captain pillager and rowboat it someplace and build my build one of the standard 4 array um, 4 array spawners of the iron farms because it's doing the math based on the rate of the what you call it, the easy villagers. Remember, I haven't done anything with the vault, so right now, like, uh, Also, I am one production mod behind everybody else because you guys did Botany Pots, Sophisticated Barrels, and I think you all like independently did Waystones at random points. But before I uh, joined the research team, because the research team built itself up after I had been done for the day, because I'm also running under the challenge of not doing more than one restart. All right. But yeah. But if you yeah, so remastered has a bit of change. I'm trying to think. For one thing, instead of uh Terralith for Overworld Generation, it's Regions Unexplored, which, like, it's a bit different, but still relatively the same. It's got a couple of block types I don't like that are just kind of annoying because they're missing some things that I think if you're going to go through the effort of including them in the mod pack, you needed to add just like a couple of extra tags so things would work right. Something forest dirt you can't grow melons and pumpkins onto because it doesn't register as a valid growth block. You might as well stick sand next to your melon and pumpkin farm and wonder why in the world you're not getting any melons and pumpkins next to your stems. All right. Temporary block. Block. Solid block. Peter. Okay. It's like the shifting floors, but smaller. Okay, yeah, I see why they say the temporary block. Yeah, I can use the pork placement feature on this. Oh no. Nobody's had me a level 0 magnet. No, that is not an invite. I do not actually need a level 0 magnet. I will get around to the magnet with the rest of the quest. It will actually be slightly more annoying if I have the magnet. Plus, it's fun to every so often drop down and be like, why did I just take damage? Right. That's currently down. So... Oh no. I might have to scaffold to get back up there. Um, Wait, you're telling me the entire reason I have a lever is so I can temporarily power this piston? It's not for any permanent part of this circuit? Yeah, yeah. I'll get a magnet eventually, but yeah, I apparently need to come over here and clean up some of these blocks down there. Apparently. Honestly, I could also, like, go and clean up a bit more anyways. Because, like, there's no major reason for me to be leaving too much of this anyways. Like, I don't have to remove it, but I don't have to leave it either. And that one's already there. But yeah. Don't think I'm going to get to actually test it before restart happens. If somebody else wants to go and kill a raid captain, come over here with bad omen and cause problems, they, I mean, test this out. They technically can. I say that as though I have set up any of the item filters. I most definitely have not. Okay. Stone pressure plate. All right. Okay, I need a stack of redstone before I can fully filter even the top part of it. Dang, nope. This and I need to go and get like yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, I also need well, like part of it is I'm just setting up the filters, which means I need to grab what I want to filter for. I would also have to make sure that I went and got a pillager captain. got myself Bad Omen and attacked the raid farm, noting that it's also like you have to attack every 1.5 seconds at most. And I don't have any void crossbows, void any totems. Can't put the leaves in until I've got the at least something taking up all 5 slots below. And then I have to get enough of the things I want to filter eventually for these. I should go kill a captain real quick if I can get one. No guarantee that one has already spawned or anything. That's always the problem. And like that notes that I could easily redo the storage system. Relatively soon. Especially if people want to put vault stuff towards making a proper collection and sky rats. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a captain nearby. That's not a captain. That's not a captain. You're not a captain. Ow. 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 The sad thing is this is actually still the quicker way to get to my body. Ugh. Why is it you can never find a captain when you want one? Thanks, Dolphin. Thanks for helping me get to my death quicker. Wait. I worded that weird. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Shocking is going to get me killed. Thanks, Shocking hit. That's exactly what I wanted you to do for me. I was like, why is it flashing? Right, because the shaders have the lighting. Alright. Why are you pulling all that stuff out? Because I'm going to do a trick you can do. A pouch placed down in the world can pick things up. So one of the things you can do, you can have it collect some of the items for you, especially on a farm like this. Noting that I will have to go and get a raid captain again in very short order the next time I want to run this. Anyways, one thing to say is the raid doesn't start until you step up here. Did it fail to initialize? Did I move it too quickly? Yeah. I also didn't light the fires up there, so I need to scaffold up to those anyways. That or somebody that just needs like a lighter up there and light them. But that's for next time. Okay. I'll catch you tomorrow though. Because I'm still keeping to the one restart a day. Because otherwise I will play like Gick is right now, and I don't need to do 10-hour vault days. So, catch y'all later. Bye.